Hello, everyone. All right. Are you in game? No. Well, excuse me. I didn't know if you were in yet or not. Oh, wait, yeah, because I watched you trying to get deleted dirt.
You have my attention.
Do this quest real quick. This quest always makes me so sad.
Of the temple when the attack came. If she yet draws breath, we must lend her our aid.
Mm-hmm.
Monster, what has driven you to this madness?
You killing are complicit in a broken cycle. Bastion is a waste of anima. We shall seize it all.
Not while I stand against you.
Then you will be the next to fall.
My paragon! I failed you.
You will suffer for this, necromancer.
Too far away then, if you dare.
Rain death upon them. Ensure they do not interfere.
Outsider, we need to get out of here.
The Paragon can stand on her own until you gather reinforcements.
Artemide will report to the Archon. We must return to Oribos and inform them of Maldraxxus' treachery.
It's not all of them that are treacherous.
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
Do you have need of my blade? We must travel to Oribos at once. My people will surely prepare our armies for retaliation once Artemide delivers word. I will meet you there. Stay safe.
What's going on?
Something first. Must get closer.
must all walk the path.
How may I be of service?
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
I'm curious how long it's gonna take them till they do what they just did in BFA, where
Archon guide
you can just fly in Shadowlands.
Our fates converge. We will not falter.
Find Ouroboros is the worst. And I wonder, once you unlock flying, if you still have to take the flight path to Ouroboros, though. And that's one transmog I still need to unlock. The one where you have the, you know, where you click on the ball and your spectral worm out and this person, it gives you a quest and you have to collect so many of these fragments from mobs at max level. And then you get this, like, spectral outfit.
What might your purpose be?
This is most dire news. We must not let war ravage this plane and unravel all that we have done.
The Necrolords are masters of warfare. It is true. But they have always used their power to defend the Shadowlands, not attack it. Mortal, you must learn their motives for striking at the Kyrian. Do whatever it takes to stop this conflict before it escalates further. Without the might of Maldraxxus on our side, I fear we have little hope of stopping the banishment. The way to Maldraxxus must be opened. Gather Cardelen and see it done.
At once, honored voice.
Sharp brows. Smell.
Is that mainly warrior? I have it all. Oh, I forgot I had the yellow variant versions of the red wings. You know the red set that I showed you said looked better? I have the yellow variation of it.
of the Grummels.
I hope this endeavor is successful. There is still little anima available. I have been instructed to assist you.
Thank you. I got a new mug.
The purpose.
I got a new mug. You'll have to tell me what you think. I kept the sword. I was trying to do the paladin thing. And, I was just like, well, I think what I'll do is I'll try it with this and see how I like it. Now I'm in Maldraxxus.
Trinkets, yes.
But I'll be choosing Bastion when I get the chance. I said I'm in Maldraxxus now. But I'll be choosing Bastion when I get to that point. Because one, I need to know freaking about Uthar. Because Uther is being a baddie.
Keep training. If you want to fight, then prove your strength. Maldraxxi, why are you still in here? Grab a blade and enter the arena. Nothing's fight well. All of Maldraxxus is watching.
And I did the Theater of Pain dungeon. And that dungeon is literally a pain. I'm just gonna invite you so that way I got you in a group. Oh, you're good.
out of range. Too far away.
Well struck.
I am out of range. I must be closer.
Grab a weapon and get in line.
Out of range.
Another challenger falls.
Too far away. I must be closer.
Another challenger
I am
falls.
out of range. I must be closer.
Man, this one's a pain.
Combatant rises above the rest.
attack that target.
Here only 2 gladiators remain. One legend will grow, and the other will end.
Mmm. Now I understand. So, Maldraxxus gives you an ability. I gotta find it. What is it? I gotta find it here again. It's over here. There was a thing where Holy Light, or when you cast Word of Glory, it also casts Light of Dawn with 25% effectiveness.
For the outcome is our only path to the House of the Chosen. For Praxis, for Akarek. Maldraxxus is home to those who lived for combat. Here, strength is valued and rewarded. Trumka. We are the sworn defenders of the Shadowlands, but our leader, the Primus, has gone missing.
Too far away.
Now, the 5 houses are at war. 2 have fallen. I won't let the Chosen be next.
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
I almost feel like
I must be
Maldraxxus
closer.
had the better story. The zone Maldraxxus. Want my kitty cat. I'm hoping when I can get this character to max level that I can still get the jelly cat mount.
Always ready for battle. How goes the fight? Blood and thunder.
I have many lucky doos you like. Good fortune to our friends. Many deals for a friend of the Grummels, like you. May your feet find good trails.
Look, Tar, even here, I protect the weak. How goes the fight? From Ka, strength comes from the heart. For the honor of the Blade Sword. blood and thunder. Strength chosen fight with strength and honor. We will crush the traitors and end this war.
I wish I could fly. I said I wish I could fly. Well, unfortunately, I don't have the capabilities in Shadow.
Chosen. Our enemies move against us. War is at hand, and victory will be ours.
Margrave Crexus is the strongest of us. Show him no fear, only respect.
You did well to pull the mortal from the arena. We could not let our enemies take them.
They have shown resilience and strength, qualities we need in these dire times.
Agreed. Put the mortal through their paces. Then join me in the necropolis. We have a war to
Oh,
wage.
Grat's on 24. Last time I looked at you, you were like 21.
Loktar. Only the strong survive. Don't keep Viraz waiting. He's not known for his patience.
The battle awaits us, soldiers. Ready your defenses. Yes, sir. Back to your post. Those spineless traitors are fools to challenge the might of the Chosen. Speak, soldier. Get moving, recruit. We are at war.
I thirst for combat.
I just dinged 40.
Give me something to fight! I will know your secrets!
What are my orders? Maldraxxus will be ours!
I need to target something first.
Have you been keeping up? More orders? What now?
Ready to strike?
Summon? I will know your secrets. You there. Tell the Baron to scrounge up some anima if he wants his bone guard.
As you command.
Okie dokie.
I thirst dressed for combat!
Maldraxxus will be ours!
What are my orders?
You will not compromise my position!
Now I feel pretty gosh darn good.
Strike harder! Show no mercy!
Only the strong survive!
Listen up! You lose, you hold metal to the forge! Now fight!
Stand strong. New orders! We march to the west! Move out!
It will eventually unlock flying. Do I have to go all this way? So it's healing me for 42 instead of 15. So I mean, a little passive healing is good. We'll see how well it do in dungeons. But it looks like I can proc a couple of times. Because it says gold pass strikes the lowest health ally within it. Additional time for 100% of its effect.
Out with it! Good work, soldier. Inform Draco that we stand ready to fight.
And I already have, I think, yeah, I already got a Horner of Maldraxxus, so I don't need to do any of the side quests here.
Always Primus left the stone as a challenge. Reach it and prove your might.
The realms of death awash in darkness. Treachery begets chaos. Bonds frayed must be restored. The key shall honor the worthy.
Thrumka! Airmere was once the Primus's apprentice. She might know more about the blade.
Alright, so now we just gotta get to the... restore the blade.
Need something forged? Ah! Can't you see I'm busy?
Is that?
It can't be. So this was the cause of all that commotion. A blade and a message from the Primus himself. Whatever his reason, a blade's no good without a hilt. Time to get to work. New requisition, nothing is given. Everything is earned. That includes the materials for your hilt.
Acquire a target. You need to target something first.
You have the cue. Mm-hmm. Because you are my wife, and the wife is always the leader. You have to let me know what you think of my transmog when you see it.
I have many, many wares. Punches, lucky doors and rope.
What do you think of it? Did you get the quest, or have you done these already? Oh, I never took them. Yep.
I do not have a target.
I'm getting another lava.
I need to target something first. need to target something first. I require a target. Too far away.
I always forget about the orc that's hanging over the cliff as you come up to this point. Yeah.
I do not have a target.
I think it was the other. Oh yeah, no. You're right. I see him on the cliff over there.
Must be closer.
And then we can go up to the boss. Yeah, he pulled those.
I need to target something first.
Did you just go into cap
I
one?
have a target. Too far away. Blood and thunder.
Let's see here. What level did I hit? I think I hit 42. Yep.
Did you break this time?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Are you ready to start or not?
You are excused. Yeah, I'll do that quest after the dungeon. I like this because I get 2 bags. Well, I get a bag and I get a chest because of my level. Oh, I love this place.
Hey, how you doing?
Yep, we pull these guys here. I'm just seeing my beacon just freak the heck out. Because as my consecration is healing anybody inside of it, it's just ticking on you twice as much. Uh-huh.
Something else.
It's just, I'm just seeing my beacon flashing. It's just because of my consecrate, because when it heals the beacon. So it's just going tick, 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 tick. What's that? Yeah. I'm not... I don't care. I'm not hurting on mana. Yeah, we go straight. We just gotta be careful with certain pulls that are coming up. That's not what I wanted to do at all.
I must get closer.
Rebuke. Word that I hate. Because I could never pronounce it right, especially when we were in that members class. I felt so embarrassed because I said rebuke or something, and
I am out of range. Too far
you're
away.
out healing me. How rude. Yes, you. It's because of your frenzy regen freaking so much. What's the cooldown rate on that? I forget. Is it a minute or? Jeez. When you combine that with some like iron fur or whatever.
Too far away.
Very good. We are good. Now things are gonna get interesting. Maybe. No, they didn't get interesting. Never mind. I'm like, oh, things now might get interesting as my mana stayed at 100.
Pretty good.
Trying. Absolutely trying. I couldn't do this on a Resto Druid if I tried. Pat's coming. You can pull him through. Cheater. And then to the right. You can bring this guy with you. Oh, is this guy? Oh, this guy was like a boss. I remember this guy. You can pull these two towards the boss. He'll like start coming out. Here he comes. I'll bring him here.
I must get closer.
I do like the looks of this stag. Now, when we let them go up top, you can just come down and...
The execution is too far away.
Yeah, you can die.
I need to target something first.
Mm-hmm. Very much the case. I didn't even like pop my like I'm just like I am not wasting massive heals. Wait.
Can I help you? Have a
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Talk to me. Glad I could help.
I talked to him, asked him to blow it up.
What's up? Hurry back!
We bugged?
Time is money, friend!
Good news.
Yeah, we'll go do this and come back and try him again later. Probably. And like you look down, I'm like, that thing is not that deep.
I must get closer. I am out of range. I must get closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just did it too fast. I blame the healer. You can pull the sides too.
I do not have a target.
Mm-hmm.
This desert be mine.
of range.
Can't.
Right, but with what? What bugged us? Maybe we'll find out what's got us in combat. I wish night elves could be paladins. Found it. Maybe. Nope.
Too far away.
Yeah, I'm all for more XP.
I am out of range.
And we got out of combat.
Well, are you ready to...
Mm-hmm.
You did good.
I did good.
Yo, be good.
You did great.
Yo.
Absolution returns all dead party members. I finally freaking got a mass res after 40 the freaking levels.
I still have my.
Yeah, I got one too. It's like 1.5 second cast. You should look behind you.
No, I mean, I
No, look behind you. You love it. Alright, let's see.
something to say. The Primus may have taught me a lot about the Forge, but I've learned a thing or two myself since.
So I'm giving my getting the talent Breaking Dawn, which increases the range of Light of Dawn by 40 yards when it's maxed out, which I think is going to make it like a 55-yard frontal cone. So that's going to be nice.
Keep those things off me while I work. This is a test of your skills as well as mine. Just how many souls did he forge into this thing? Enchantment's final guardian. Vanquish him and claim your rune blade.
Mm-hmm.
I need to target something first.
Ah! Well, I forged it, but clearly you are the only one meant to wield it. Go on then. Looks like taking up the blade empowered one of its runes. Knowing the Primus, that's just the start of something more. I've forged you a weapon without equal. You break that blade, and I'll break you.
Okay, cool. I'm ready.
I take it Airmere had much to say. Come, Margrave Crexus awaits us.
First you bring war. Now the Primus embodied the 5 traits of the ideal Maldraxi soldier.
What is it?
Aw, I missed.
Too far away. I must get closer.
What's that?
Look at someone else here.
Mm-hmm. I think it's the mage. Maybe the warlock. No, it's the arcane mage. I looked at my DPS meters.
Escape. Keep firing. Let none escape.
Arcane.
Keep firing! Let none escape! Another down!
I cannot attack
Do not
that target.
relent.
I like the warriors' maces. I still need to get those maces.
I require a target.
I still need to get the maces from
Did you hear something,
Blackrock
lads?
Foundry.
Release! Release the hounds! Attack! Kill them all!
I'll do it on the
Don't just
Paladin or whatever once it releases.
I bleed! But I won't die! What? No! No! Stop! Obey your master!
Don't go in yet. Mm-hmm.
I am out of range.
Mm-hmm.
Another chance to test my might. I'm your god. For life.
I miss the old Ravager. I saw that warrior. That was hilarious. Oh, I just saw the mage saying don't need to kill the cannon guys. I was like, that was fun though.
I need to target something first. I do not have a target. I need to target something first.
Every sign must burn. None shall know the Scarlet Crusades.
Go ahead and pull him.
You too shall be charged. Squash! Gone hot.
What would you ask of death?
Yeah.
Malvira, Straka, bring the mortal to the seat of the Primus. Let us see what unfolds.
I will scout ahead. Do not...
The seat of the Primus has been locked shut since he went missing. Many have tried to open it. The Primus was a legendary weaponsmith. If we hold the key to his vault, then his arsenal will be ours. It won't be long before the other houses learn of the blade. Be ready for a fight.
See if she sees it.
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
Be right back, everyone.
Crexus was right. We hold the key to the seat of the Primus.
From.
It will do
But
us no good if our house falls in battle first. We must not lose focus on the war. Report to the spearhead, recruit. We have a battle to win.
How goes the fight? Viraz is brash, but he's right. We need reinforcements.
I need to sell.
I have just the thing, Wanderer. Many deals for a friend of the Grummels, like you.
Ring.
Many farewells.
I'm back to being ready when you are. I'm just questing. I was saying I'm just questing, so I'm ready when, like, whenever you're ready to start queuing, you just pop it away. And come on, baby, just pop. Oh wait, no, never mind. I remember the location of that shield whenever I play a class that can use a shield. And I remember you telling me there was a treasure up here where you get the shield from.
I must get closer.
And the funny thing is it was an upgrade too. Yes. Yes, because their cloak, where they're farming and how they're leveling. Like there's a thing now saying I have to watch the video, but there's a video of a person where they get from where they start to level 70 in like what, 28 minutes? Yeah, well, because it's I think they nerfed the amount of, well, buffed, but like reduced the amount of XP that's needed to level. Mm-hmm. Well, and the thing is just like when on the couple of characters I have, I'm the same way. I just queue for the dungeons because I'm getting so much more experience, it feels like, as well as
Wreak havoc on those cowards.
the amount of threads that are dropping too.
Blast them to pieces.
And what have you done lately? Stay sharp.
Glorious battle! For eternal glory.
Everyone has to start somewhere, right?
I am out of range. I do not have a target.
Forgot about the wagons.
I'll set the charge. Keep them off me, mortal. Done. Get clear.
I must get closer. Require a target. Too far away.
We'll blast them to pieces.
Oh, this one. Oh, it's the back half. That means a chance of the mount dropping. Pull them all.
I do not have a target.
Well met.
You need something?
Talk to me.
I need to target something first.
Oh, hey, there's the rare.
I am out of range. I must get closer. Too far away. I require a target.
Like I said, nothing's a better heal than a level.
I need to target something first. I am out of range.
And everybody's level.
I do not have a target.
Get the scroll to get the boss. There we go. I am like stuck.
I require a target.
Boss over here. Now she's gonna port into somebody randomly, and then we just got to basically weaken them until she comes out, like a typical banshee.
I must get closer.
That's fine. Oh, this is that one. Yeah, on your own. Oh, I already got 3,000 gold. Benefits of being a Zandalari. I said the benefit of being a Zandalari. We got one more ziggurat. Yeah, it's over there. I think the ping system is like one of the best systems they've put.
Too far away. I need to target something first.
Hit me.
I am out of range.
I remember when you needed a key to the city to get to like certain spots in the dungeon.
I must get closer. draw away. Out of range.
No mount. Hmm? Oh, you didn't loot the banshees? Oh, sad. Oh. And this is why I love Druid heals. Oh, you're legitimately. Oh. I'm coming. Survive just a moment longer. I got you.
I require a target. I do not have a target. I need to target something first. I require a target.
Man, I was like, I thought you were like still at the beginning here and something just like aggroed them, and then I was just like, oh, you're all the way up there. Hold on, I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Hey there, be careful.
48. Oh, man. Sometimes the healing, or not the healing, but sometimes some of these dungeons, like, they give me freaking anxiety.
We'll blast them to pieces.
So this is defeat. Too far away. I do not have a target. For eternal glory. The war goes on.
This one should pack a punch. We have incoming.
I must be closer.
The charge is set. Get back.
My final battle.
It's the final... Never mind. I heard one of the mobs say it was his final battle,
Do I know you?
and
supposed
I
to?
couldn't help but say the song.
Maldraxxus honors you. Time for some mayhem. Cover me. Clock's ticking. We've taken the ridge. Meet me on the field below.
Now we can go and head over to the other... Make our way to the other side.
You stand no chance against us.
You might want to take that back, because I think I can take you all on. Alright.
Something to report. We strike when you sound the horn. For the chosen!
That 1% of maximum health, that's really lame. I think I understand the purpose of it, but it's not good.
My blades are at your... Well fought, Mevix. This is our chance to strike at the House of Constructs. A direct assault will catch Garble unprepared and crush their army in one fell swoop. But we need reinforcements. Ha! This outsider is worth 100 soldiers. Go and claim our victory. You heard the Baron. We push forward.
I hear flaming hot Cheetos. I hear flaming hot Cheetos. I hear flaming hot Cheetos. Can I have one? Am I allowed to have one? That's my... That's my commander. That also used to be my commander. And I put both of them in because it's just like, I can basically... Whenever I draw a card, this card deals damage. Whenever I draw a card, this card draws damage. So I can literally tap, draw, deal instant 2, play a sorcery, draw, deal another instant 2. Yeah.
Are you okay?
It tastes just like systems like fried rice, like the festival. Zero experience with systems. Ever since I moved to Korea, it's pretty casual. I'm posting every day. Not just one day, except today. Like in a way, like my TikTok was for me. Self-discipline. It really helped me gain the skills of self-discipline. And then I extended it to my second channel, and I was it really helped me gain confidence to start posting on this channel again. But I feel like I'm really compared, but obviously I know that TikTok doesn't really care about. I'm not one of the fake creators, but it was something really because you know that was like just one step, but like so I think I'm just adjusting today. I just have to adjust a little bit today. This is so like personal. Check out the room. You have to know where for career continuing until it completes. So I wouldn't recommend signing any contract, making any New Year's resolutions, or plans until this period is over because something happens to me. I see a leg, I'm really scared. It looks weird to me. I was trying this because my juice with mascara on my stomach. It's pretty good, but I feel weird. I feel like I'm eating raw.
You okay?
Yes. Need to pee really bad. I'd say after this, if you want, I could take a break with you too. Unless you're gonna, huh? Oh, I might play Star Wars. Hopefully, no more of that dungeon. Oh, this one ain't too bad.
I require a target.
Mm-hmm.
have a target.
All good. I almost got my double beacon. I just need like a few more levels.
I am out of range.
I didn't know he ran like that.
I must get closer. Require a target.
I had you. Oh,
Too far away.
we got poles over here too.
I am out of range. I need to target something first.
Mm-hmm.
Too far away.
Hmm.
I must get closer. I do not have a target.
That was fun. I'm okay with dungeons like that. I was trying to type earlier when we were in the midst of the boss, like, we're gonna do the other boss too, and then all of a sudden I saw your health go down to half. And so I was just like, I was like, oh no, she gonna die. You can fly? Let me see. Oh, you're pterodactyl. Beautiful. How dare you? Yeah, beautiful. If you do the thing, their entire order hall, if you've done the druid order hall before, like from beginning to end, well, if you do the entire order hall, then once you complete the order hall, then do the dark shore stuff, and then after you do the dark shore stuff, you'll get a quest to get the appearance, turn your life form into that big owl that I have.
Yeah. Well, I need a thing.
And then the Emerald Dream will give you one where you're like a fiery
I
owl.
am not yet a corpse. The others, can you help me find them? I am listening. This way. We must free the survivors.
I need to target something first.
What? I can't. Wait, what? Since when? Oh, yeah. I have that too. I just haven't put it on my bars.
You have it too? Did we all have it?
If you're a Zandalar, yes.
You're a Xandal. I was a
Cynthia!
Yeah, I'm a Zandalari Pally.
These monsters
Because
will know my
Zandalari, if
wrath.
you go to the right, side. If you go to the right side of your spell book. Nope. Go back one. Nope. It's third from the bottom on the right side. It's like something. Nah. City of Gold. Yeah, so I'm probably at 4,000 now. 3,500. Just from looting enemies.
A Maldraxi soldier? They are the enemy!
Good. You're still in one piece. I'll secure a position outside.
So I just got the talent, Judgment of the Light. Judgment causes the next 5 successful attacks against the target to heal the attacker for 85. Just for some passive healing. Okay, so Blessing of Dusk is the one that changes. So Blessing of the Dusk increases your armor by 10% and your holy power generating abilities cooldown 10% faster. Blessing of Dusk causes your holy power generating abilities to also grant an absorb shield for 3% of the damage or healing dealt. I kind of like that. But also like the holy power generating reduction better.
Hippocos, what did they do to you? Can you speak? We must perpetrate these horrors must face justice.
Face the power of necromancy!
Trinkets,
Counts bodies like
pretty
currency.
trinkets.
Another corpse to collect!
I am out of range.
My parts must be counted.
Require a target.
Hold on. I got a lot of enemies on me. Okay. Which one? Oh yeah, that's the one you get from I think the raid, or there's something in, what does it say?
Brands up.
No, the source.
That's what it says.
Oh. What does it say for the source? I wonder where that's from. I know it's in the Emerald stuff zone. I just don't recall where, unless it drops off that boss that everybody has a freaking hard time with.
They experiment on us.
Such eager new test subjects.
Nope, not saying a word. You were always mountable.
Unexpected.
I love you, sweetheart.
You shall fuel our armies.
A futile effort. It is done. I must rejoin the others.
Yeah.
All these atrocities. How are we to trust you?
This reeks of Stitchflesh's handiwork. Create or distrust me or don't. This is not what the Maldraxxi...
Are all Maldraxxis so bloodthirsty?
Hippokos, maybe you can fix one of these praetors. Heavy! Don't let go, Cole! Heavy! Don't let go, Cole!
I do not have a target. Too far away.
What's that? Well, the thing I like about the flight form is you can gather herbs and all that while in your flight form. What's that? Oh, you might go herbalist. Yeah, I'm mining and blacksmithing.
Heavy! Don't let go, Cole!
I must get closer.
I agree. I love you.
Mortal. They deserve better than this.
Target something first.
Ooh. Just want to get past this portion of it. So how's everyone doing this Saturday? Hope everyone's having a fantastic weekend so far. So now with all these hands, I kind of wish Light of Dawn kind of also did AoE damage. That would probably be a little OP, but I think it would be it would add a little bit to the arsenal.
Out of range.
There we go.
I need to target something first.
I just want to get my other beacon. There we go.
Stand together. Fight as one.
Salutations.
When Stitchflesh returns, he will know that I, Malkret, have completed his research, forging Tyrian flesh into the ultimate construct.
He will also notice that you failed to purge the flesh of its memories before assembly.
Nonsense! Once we embed a Maldraxian soul, it will squelch any remaining echoes of Bastion brainwashing.
I just saw it move. Those Kyrian parts are fighting to take control of the construct.
Well, there are many complicated factors that go into successful flesh preparation. Perhaps I needed a touch more...
Aha! So you did botch the procedure.
My blade. Cut those traitors down!
I do not have a target.
Endure.
Now to destroy their pet project.
Wait! Do not harm it!
Greetings, mortal.
Trust what remains of my fellow Kyrian. They will bear us to safety.
Such incredible power! We could even slay their Baron!
And claim justice for my fallen kin.
Absolutely. I'm also still mortal.
Quickly! Up the hill!
The constructs continue to bolster their forces at the Temple of Courage. Aid the Kyrian in eradicating them.
Be quick. Bring justice to our enemies. What do you need of me?
Oh, so this is what that quest does. Okay.
I require a target.
This one's interesting. Now what? Do I have to go down, maybe? Maybe not down. And or cash. Spellforge creation. Mm-hmm. See if maybe. And so trying to think here. Do that into here, and then I can get. Okay. Ah, there it is. Judgment empowers your next word of glory to automatically activate Light of Dawn with 25% increased effectiveness. This can only occur once every 20 seconds, which is basically Vanquisher's Hammer. So I'm definitely getting that. So then I think... deal up to 50 more. Based on... Okay, cool. That's what I was looking for right there. So I think I'm going to do that. The next 24 seconds, Barrier of Faith accumulates. Every 6 seconds, the accumulated heal becomes an absorption. I think I'm just going to try Reclamation, going into Tears Deliverance, and then going into Abundant Salvation. And then I'll get this going down to here and getting Reawakening. Getting Empyrean's Legacy. I think that's the route I'm gonna go. Right. Why isn't this... That's what I thought. Maybe it's down stairs. And maybe it's like an item I have to... Oh, there's an... There is no champion. All right, get up here, and then I am going to swap games.
The might to crush your foes.
I will report to Viras and then join you at the seat of the Primus. Yours is a legend I wish to witness myself. Go.
Trinkets, yes. Pretty trinkets.
All right. I need to put some of these reagents in. So let's do that. First, let me turn this quest in. And I probably always say that, let me just turn this quest in. But legitimately, let me turn this quest in.
Always ready for battle.
Awesome. Okay. Who saluted me? Oh, he did.
Stand strong.
Alrighty. Exit game. Kind of want to see that, but let me create a BRB screen. So let's pull this up. Title BRBs. Awesome. So then we will carry this over here. Go into Stream Elements. Dashboard. And my overlays. Overlay gallery. Those are widgets. Can I just create like a BR, like a be right back? I'll do this one. Copy URL, source, browser source, BRB. BRB and 1520 by 1080, and then the source. Okay. There we go, and now we got the chats. Cool. Sweet. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta undergo an update. Because I'm trying to download the next expansion. It says it's going to take 35 minutes. So I'm just going to sit here, chat with y'all, and wait. So, what's new? Let's get some chats going in here. I know what we can do while we're waiting. Let's watch some of that story. Oh, hey, there's my cat. Hi, buddy. Hi. Hi. He's gonna come here. Come here. There he comes. Hi, buddy. Hi, buds. Is I want to see some of this story. The war within Oh, it's just a short story. Oh, you're not starting this now. I thought it was a like a movie or a clip of well, that was slightly disappointing.
They are.
Let's watch some of this. Sora,
Right leaders
stop.
right now with the keys they've done.
Enough is enough.
Let's be honest. 21
Come
rolls
on.
of Infusion Tyrannical is an extremely difficult beat.
Come
It
on.
would have been extremely impressive if they were able to do that on the first try.
Yeah, and you can see just, I mean, how hard it was, right? Like, considering you had 0 deaths up until this point, and still just being very close to the timer, I mean, this key is super, super difficult. Not to mention Cajun's healing requirements and survivability requirements and top of the other tools that they're doing. So absolutely crazy key that they're attempting there. And again, I mean, Mandatory has some other keys they could do that are a lot easier. Drogo actually going down for Pedros here in the top right side to Treemouth here. Did manage to get the battle rest off, but now they're out of battle rests. So Pedros actually has to be a little bit careful here to not make any more major mistakes. Otherwise, they might deploy. The 20, which would be pretty bad for them. They need this 20 actually to get the 101 points. Even if they deplete this, they can just go again and they're still gonna be fine, probably. But yeah, definitely need to get this 20 done before the end of the day for sure. Perplex on the top left side of your screen now fighting Greywing. And again, a really important key for Perplex. Again, 21, they need this key to get to 100 score, and then they're even with match.
Exactly, yeah, and really, like, kind of all eyes are in the top 2 portions of the screen right now. If Pedro are able to get that 20 done, they'll be a key ahead of Perplex, and that's huge for them. They will have the outright tiebreaker against them. They're almost guaranteed to go through to tomorrow. I think they have enough time left here, even with that death, these couple of deaths they've had. Ooh. But, of course, no battle res is very scary. Mandatory, they don't want to do the 21. They're taking it safe and doing the 20. They could have done the 21.
This is very interesting. So, This is very confusing to me because like it looked like they can do the 21, right? Like obviously it was incredibly close and it requires perfect play. But if they think that it's so risky, then why do the 20 halls over another key, right? They could do a 22 in the other dungeons instead. If they feel like, okay, we need to do the 21 tomorrow. Interesting.
Mandatory are essentially zero risk of being eliminated today, right? They could go for the play on the 21 if they wanted to, but they've kind of been playing.
This would be a
safe
future
today. Like,
goal
for instance,
right here.
The 21 knockout that we saw at the end of the dungeon, there was potential to go for a potentially faster route, right? They normally would pull the mini bosses plus the 2 Thunderfists that they pull on top of Balakar Khan, but they chose not to. They chose to play it safe. They chose to go for the big IO. They did the trash on its own, then they pulled the boss out.
Like, I understand
that, right? That was okay. They got the time
why
to
Resto Druids
go
are
for
so
22
good when it
knockout,
comes
which
to
seems like it's
Mythic
definitely
Pluses.
possible, although one of the more difficult keys left for
But
them to do right now. They couldn't do
my
that,
goal
pull the trash
is
on
to
top of the
see
boss
a
and go
bit
for it.
more of
doing this 20 as well
like
right
paladins
now,
and
after
other
seeing
healers
just
as
how
well.
doable that 21 is. I don't know. It's a little bit of a question mark for me. Maybe they are just choosing to respect everyone else as much as they possibly
like, even like, it's not even playing safe, because playing safe would be like doing a 22 Asher Vault, for example, right? Like you're literally wasting your points, because they could do a different key if they want to play safe, right? They don't have to do the halls right now. Doing the 20 halls is not a necessity. You can get a point somewhere else without wasting like a 2 chest. So I'm really curious about this decision, actually. Because 22 Asher Vault is probably easier than the 21 halls, right? Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the wrong key. Maybe they made a mistake.
Something else that you might want to consider as well, if you're somebody watching the competition from Mandatory, maybe they have tech for a 22 Brackenhide or a 22 Algathar that they just don't want to show off today. They want to save it for tomorrow. So they're doing whatever they can get done today for sure, so they can spend time tomorrow getting that done, in addition to the final dungeon that we'll have, obviously. So, yeah, there's always that question of, is there something in the back pocket for those higher keys?
Yeah, I guess that's a good point, right? Because obviously if they have a good strategy for those keys and they show it tomorrow, then no one else is going to be able to yoink that strat, right? Obviously. If they show it today at the end of the day, there is, of course, opportunity for the other teams to copy that. That's a good point that I personally didn't consider, considering that, you know, we're in the middle of a tournament on the second day. So, but yeah, Mandatory being pretty clearly in the lead, they can afford to do that if they felt like it's important enough for tomorrow, if they really want to get that first place finish. Perplexed, though, on the top left side of the screen, they are now an Umbral Skull on that 21 key that is so important for them. They have to... Oh, Shed actually dropping incredibly low from that AoE. They do have to play that trash after Umbral Skull as well.
Here's my question, I guess.
As long as they don't have any major mistakes here, they also
is
have,
like,
close to 4 battle rests available. And they have
like I'm seeing these 20s right here. So looking very Does that do the 20s mean then basically that it's like like if you look at it from the old school, like the old ways of doing it, would that mean like plus 20 is like basically like doing like a plus 30?
Kind of move cooldowns around to make it work. They have the Bloodlust available for the second set of crystals, so everything should be par for the course for them. Divine Field, though, is not up on the wall, so these crystal spawns are going to be relatively spread out. That means the priest is going to have to spend time dotting rather than just full-on doing damage to the hardened crystal, so the HP bars are going to drop a little bit here, but once the damage is active and the VE is active, they should be relatively safe, even committing wards just to make sure that they can heal through this here. One final crystal up on the top right-hand corner there. Are they going to be able to finish it off? Looks like they just barely got it at the last second. So that just goes to show you the tank has to do a lot on this fight. Positioning the boss, living the dragon strikes, making sure that their team is able to finish off those crystals is very, very important here. Getting up on that ledge, providing less of an area for the crystals to spawn, and helps out a ton if he's able to get up there. They do have the battle reses available if something goes wrong, but usually if you're in the point where you have to commit a battle res during the crystals, it's already too late for you, right? So it really comes down to just making sure you have everything available here. Lust is up for the next one. Wolftisco is going to be able to combust to get a good ignite set up into it in just a moment here. Probably going to wait a couple more percents on the boss before he sets it up. Whew, that destruction does so much damage unmitigated, but able to stay alive and top themselves off as we get into the second crystal set here.
Yeah, we're gonna get those crystals spawning in just a moment. One more afflicted affix going through. Divine Field also dropping so low from the Dragon Strike here. But yeah, Divine positioning the boss into that corner, making sure those crystals are spawning in a more stacked fashion. Now, 50% did happen. The crystals are spawning. We do see all cooldowns already popped, plus the battery as well, and some of the defensives to make sure that everyone does stay alive. They did not finish the shield yet. There we go. They did get through that absorb shield, and most of the crystals spawned really, really closely stacked up. So that was really nicely done, and a pretty easy stat with that Bloodlust up. They have to get through one more crystal stat before they can finish off the boss. And then, as I said, they also have to deal with that trash pack at the very start of the key, which can be a little bit difficult with bolstering, but shouldn't be a problem for Perplex. And again, the timer looking very, very good.
One final set of crystals for Perplex to get this 21 down and put them in the right position to compete to get into tomorrow. This is just, you know, one of a few things they have.
You know, since they came out with the Devastation Evokers,
they would then have to go
or
to
not
either
Devastation, with
Balls of Infusion,
the
Balls of Our Academy, or
augmentation
Black
spec
Knight to get the
for
21 down. Unfortunately, they
Evokers,
have a
you
19
don't
to 1 test
see
and not good.
really
And getting that 20
Devastations
there, while
anymore.
it
You
would
notice
give them
that?
a point on the board, it would disqualify them from the dungeon level tiebreakers that we have. So here we go, final set of crystals, 2 minutes are active. Zephyr, Mass Barrier, Vampiric Embrace soon to follow here in just a moment from Swag on the Shadow Priest there. Good spawns on the crystals, it seems, so they should be able to burn through the shield on the crystal very quickly. It's already dead, and they should be good to go here. Just got to make sure Divine Field lives through the next couple of Dragon Strikes, and they'll be able to get this pause skill down with more than 4 minutes left to deal with that final trash.
Yeah, and looking at the time left in the day, we do have 39 minutes, which means that Perplex, if they finish off this key soon, which they obviously will, then they do technically have the time. If they one-shot one of the other keys on a 21, let's say, for example, an Academy, then they would be able to do this key, get 1 point to be at 100, then technically go do the 21 Academy, get another point, and then they could even get a 3rd point in another dungeon if they manage to start the key before the end of the day, which is all doable in theory. Now, of course, that theory is very difficult to execute because the keys that they're doing now are very high, and it's just incredibly difficult to one-shot all of these 21s. But if any team can do it, it is Perplex, right? Perplex, of course, such a veteran team. They do have the skill and the synergy of the players as well to be able to do such a thing. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Pedros per hour on the top right side, another team that was a little bit in danger to maybe get eliminated today, but they're now on Wrath Eye on their 20 Bracken height. If they time this key, they're up to 101 points, which actually would put them in a pretty good position to not be eliminated.
Yeah, I think 101 is probably going to be that spot that everyone will end the day on, except for a Mandatory or potentially even a Shinra Tensei, who have played out of their minds today. Shinra Tensei really stepped up the level of their play again today. I feel like all of our teams did, really. Everyone has been playing so lights out today.
There we go.
We've had a couple of mishaps at the end of keys, but you know, when you get into these higher levels of keys, that's just going to happen. They're extremely difficult to get done, even with this level of gear that you have on the tournament realm. You know, small mistakes tend to just topple over as the key goes on. Cooldown timings don't line up where you expect them to, and it just ends up not working out the way it should. However, for Perplexed, in this 21 Azure Vault, in the moment when they need it, they put together essentially a perfect run. 0 deaths on the board, final trash pack of the dungeon going down for them, and yeah, Perplexed looking like they're setting themselves up to potentially make it through. Of course, they still have a little bit of work left to do.
Yeah, the other team to look at is Match. Match is now back in that 21 Academy that they heartbreakingly depleted at the very last boss earlier. So they are trying to get this extra point here in the 21 Academy. Looking pretty good right now as they
there.
are...
That should...
they did finish Croft.
That helps a little
very
bit.
Similar to what their previous 21 run.
So let's see how well I like
Ross,
that.
and we know that their route is good enough for the 21. The reason why they depleted the key earlier was because they had 2 deaths on their Shadow Priest, did not manage to rest them back up because there was no more battle rest left, and then they just did not manage to finish off the boss in time. And it was still close even. So Match's route definitely good enough. They just need to execute it, which was the major issue that they had earlier. But if Match finishes his key, then they're at 101 and can get another point somewhere else even as well. But yeah, of course, that all depends on if they can time the key or not.
Exactly, exactly. Now, we're at that time of the day. I think you covered this a little bit earlier, but I want to cover it just one more time just to make sure people are aware of it, is where strategy really comes into play, right? We're at 35-ish minutes left on the day, which means if you're able to get a perfect run of one of these shorter keys in, you could technically finish that and then start off another one right before the end timer of the day and try to finish that off. I think most teams would elect to do a knock hood as like the final run of the day, right? Because that is the longest key.
Yeah.
Mandatory doesn't really have that option, right? They've already done the 21. Maybe they could do a 22. That would be kind of difficult, but maybe they can go for it. But for teams that are on the edge of the competition right now, teams like Pedro's per hour, teams like Madge, teams like Perplexed, every second counts at the end of the competition here. You got to get that key in and then maybe go for another +1 at the last second. Pedro's per hour, though, I mean, every second spent on this boss not getting into another key is lowering their chances of getting a potential +2 at the end of the day here.
Yeah, all of this is so important, because yesterday, for example, we've seen some teams finish a key just like barely after the time of the day has run out. Like some teams even like 5 seconds or 10 seconds after, which is like the absolute worst when it comes to like efficiency, right? You do want to start a key at the very end of the day and making sure you really like use that extra time that you're getting. So that is not something you want to see, especially if you're in risk of getting eliminated. But yeah, Shinra Tensei in the top left there, fighting Overgrown Ancient on their 21 Academy. They did finish their 21 Brackenhide early as well, looking really strong in their Academy run too. We can compare Match and Shinra a little bit, as they're both in that 21 Academy, top left and top right of your screen. This first split for Croth, very similar, Match a little bit quicker. And yeah, Shinra doing really well. They did also root the branch in the corner using the same strategy as the other teams were doing as well, to make sure they are dispelling that bleed effect in the whole group. And yeah, just looking very clean. 0 deaths on the board, all battle rest available, bloodlust saved as well for potentially the next pool. And yeah, I mean, I'm just incredibly impressed by Shinra today. They're doing so well.
You know, it's really something really interesting about the Overgrown Ancient positioning. Most teams will play the boss in that bottom right corner. Riley does go down here on the boss here. Got melee from a Hungry Lasher, but they'll be able to get the res off. They've got 2 more of those battle reses available, and we can see the camera positioning here from the spectator, showing off exactly why I don't like this section of the dungeon. The camera tends to like brush up against that barrier, which zooms it in on you and is actually really annoying. But Nagura, in the War Within, they've fixed that camera issue. You can actually, your camera won't zoom in when there's something behind it anymore. Really cool feature that they're adding in next expansion.
Yeah, when I saw that, I was so incredibly happy, because that is something that I've been annoyed by for like so many boss fights where, you know, you have to stand at the corner of the room as a ranged DPS, and then there's just something in the back of your room. Like Star Augur, for example, had this thing where like a pillar, like all of a sudden your camera is in first person. So I'm very glad they're changing that. But Fu goes down for Shinra there. They have to commit a battle rest. This was during Bloodlust too. So Bloodlust lost for their Shadow Priest, and this is a very dangerous pull. Let's see if they can still execute it, because yeah, losing the Shadow Priest and losing the cooldowns there can cost them quite a lot on this one.
Indeed. I feel like we have to get as many casters in as possible for this pull. You know, it's a big pull. We need a big group of casters. So, Tettles, Dratnos, jump in. And I just to piggyback on what Nagura was saying too, as we see this pull, like, yeah, especially anyone who's tanked for the last, 20 years in WoW is pretty excited about that camera change. I am hyped.
Oh, that camera change is great. Collision mode is sick.
It's going to be very nice.
All right, so another thing to note here as well is that we only have 32 minutes left in the day, right? So what we see in the bottom left here is a little bit I want to say perplexing, but it's not Perplex that are doing it. It's Pedros per hour that are
I hate
heading
that.
to a no-cood
A band.
with nowhere near enough time to get this one done and start another key. I guess the problem is there's not any dungeon they could finish in these 32 minutes, right? Like, if you look across their scorecard, there's nothing they could do in 30 minutes or less at this point.
Can you
How
do
much
Bracken
does the
21?
tiebreaker matter here?
No, I don't think so, right? Bracken 21, that's going to also be like 33, 34, 35 minutes,
Well,
right?
yeah, they just did Bracken 20 and 30 flat, so a 21 would presumably be like 33, 34, maybe if they were a little more aggressive
Yeah.
and pulled bigger, but like that's scary to do in a Bracken 21, especially on Fortified.
So they're just kind of in an unfortunate position right now where, you know, they have 30 minutes left in their day and they have a bunch of dungeons that take 35 minutes that they can go do. That doesn't line up nicely, so...
If they time
I
this,
guess...
they're probably safe, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're not 100% safe, but it's
Where are all the
probably safe.
rogues?
Well, if
Right,
you bring
so
up the
Wouldn't
leaderboard
rogues
again
be
here,
good
you
in
have to
the
remember
like
the way that our
like
leaderboard
Nakud?
tiebreakers
Wouldn't
work is
for
obviously high
Nakud?
score
Wouldn't
goes through
that
instantly, right? If there is a tiebreaker, however, the first tiebreakers
wouldn't
are
rogues
first
be
highest key
good in
level,
that dungeon
then
to
second
have, or
highest
am
key
I
level,
mistaken?
then third highest key level, so on and so forth. And if you have like the exact same key levels across the board, then it goes to time tiebreaker. Pedros are actually already in a pretty solid spot with the 221s. If they then also get the 320s, they'll be in an okay spot. And I think while Perplexed could technically get to that same spot, it's going to be difficult for them to do because Perplexed, we can see on the scoreboard, they're going to Algathar Academy, which maybe they can get done within the timer they have left, but then they would also have to go to Knockwood and get the 20 done to even get to timebreakers versus Pedros. That's all assuming Pedros gets the 20 Knockwood done.
Oh, yeah, we can
Perplex
see
wiped
Perplex in the
out.
bottom left.
What is that?
They have yet to get that key started. Well, I think they maybe reset it once, which means 30 minutes left in the day. 21 Algathar is going to take you at least 30 minutes, right, or around 30 minutes. Perplexed are also in a position where they're only going to be able to put 1 point on the board. So Perplexed at this point are playing for 101 at best, which means for Perplexed to survive, their pathway involves either Madge doesn't time another key, or they have to win on tiebreakers against Madge, Pedros, or Shinra, all of which looks pretty nasty given the times on the board right now. So Perplexed are definitely the most in danger, I would say, right now. Although it's very important for Madge in the top right that they clutch this key and they win right now. If they can do that, then they'll get to even start another key, and they will be thriving.
That Depuit at the very end of Algathar Academy for Madge was heartbreaking. That was so unfortunate for them that they're even in this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we're actually going to see a lot of teams kind of finish 5 minutes after the end of the day as well. Not making the most use of overtime, but Madge is going to be a team that actually will get some good value because at least they're going to get to start another key after this one. I guess it'll still be
Mandatory will as well, also, by the way, because they swapped off of the 21 halls, which is still, I hate it, I want to see the 21 halls, but I understand, you got to do what you got to do to get the extra plus ones. They'll be able to get the plus one in this 20 here with plenty of time, by the way, and we already saw that mode had no issue healing at 21, as long as they don't have any weird crystal spawning issues, or if someone doesn't get bowled over by one of those tornadoes. It should be no issue here either for them, with plenty of time left to do the bridge as well in the final boss. And they'll have also, a couple of attempts at the first pull of whatever key they decide to go to next with, quite a bit of time left in the day.
Dude, I literally just typed in our caster chat, get back at the 21, what are you doing at the 20?
The 20 is... It's an interesting decision. It definitely would suggest to me, like, if you're going to do the 20 halls, I hope that it's because you're planning to just kind of leave halls alone for a long time. Because, if you think about it, we only have 5 hours left of our competition, starting tomorrow, right? And there's going to be a new dungeon for you to push up, and you have stretch goal 22s and a bunch of dungeons that you can spend time progging. So, putting one of them on the board, turning it from a 2 chest into a 1 chest, and at least just putting that point on the board, then if you can focus on the other dungeons and just maybe never come back to hall, I think makes sense. I think that we're looking at this because we agree that the 21 is definitely possible, but there's a lot of other possible stuff on their scorecard, and there's only 5 hours to actually do all that. And if they get even half of their potential realized, they are going to be, if not first, at least top 3.
It's a play that almost secures their top 3.
Right for Perplexed. So this is fine, actually, because they weren't going to be able to start another key after this anyway, so they can really afford 20 minutes of problems at the start of this Algathar.
It just feels bad, right? It's just demoralizing to wipe the first pull over and over again.
Absolutely.
Well, I think when you set that pull up, and I want to watch back and see what they do next time around, especially if you're front loading the difficulty of the key by also trying to add the first set of birds from cross-platform in. You almost expect to wipe to that pull a few times because just getting that pull together is insanely difficult to do properly. However, once you get it done, the time save is so immense that as long as you play the rest of the pulls just cleanly, you don't have to play them perfectly, you should have enough time to finish the dungeon. I mean, there are still pretty scary points in the fight, right? Making sure that you can live through most of Veximus with your personal cooldowns, also making sure you're popping orbs properly, or just living the one overlap that you'll get. Outside of that, there's not too much that's difficult about the pulls that you do in this key when you're this used to using your rotation of AoE stops.
All right, so top left, we have Shinra Tensei about to lock in this 21 Algathar Academy. This is going to make them the first team to get to 102 points. That's going to lock them in to tomorrow for sure and put them in a great position for Sunday as well, like for making it to global finals, because of course 3 of these teams, the top 3 tomorrow, make it through to global finals. So it's not just about surviving today, it's about setting yourself up to succeed tomorrow, and Shinra have done just that. 102 points, certainly safe for today, because we know that Perplexed can get at most 101.
I want to give Shinra Tensei their flowers today. I feel like that is a team that has played out of their absolute minds today. I think that there was kind of a question as to whether or not they were going to be on the chopping block for being eliminated, as they didn't look like that sick yesterday, but I think that they had almost what is their version of a perfect day today. There was very little, if any, depletes, and they've basically timed every single key that they've stepped foot into, and I think that is incredibly promising, looking at them as a potential global finals candidate.
They can start another key as well right now too.
Yeah.
So they could head over. They can get like a 20 hauls on the board, something like that. Really strong spot to be in.
Let's take a look at his shine here for Perplex. Let's see if they're going for the bird tech here. If they are, he's going to get a levitate here very shortly, and yeah, he's going for the bird tech. We've seen this actually fail in the past for them. There was a good close-up of him Ornstoning like half a second late and dying to the death zone. That happens at the bottom here. He's going to get teleported up to cross-platform here, get a quick tag on all of these birds, and then he's going to look to hover as close to the Guardian Sentry platform as he possibly can, and hope that his mage is in the right spot for him to Ornstone. Looks like the pull has not gone properly, though. So we're going to be town portaling instead.
Oh, word. Wow, that's some high-octane gameplay we witnessed right there for sure. Absolutely part of the strat. Yeah, so probably what happened there was one of the lashers probably failed to snap, and so that was not a viable pull for them, even if that the Eagles worked, so wasting no time getting out of there. We can see that Shinra Tensei have headed to that Halls of Infusion for that plus 20, as I think it makes sense, right? Like, you just look at their scorecard, that's the lowest key they currently wield, so it makes the most sense to go and upgrade that, but that would put them at 102, or 103 rather. Honestly, not far behind Mandatory. Mandatory are kind of losing one of their potential bonus points by spending time in this 20 instead of a 21, so Shinra are going to be ahead of Mandatory in paper, and only behind by like 1 when you factor in the 2 chests. A very, very, very good result from Shinra Tensei.
Yeah, for elimination candidates right now, it comes down to Perplex versus Madge. Madge looks like they have a really bad time tiebreaker with Perplexed, and 5 of those minutes are actually coming in the Noku defensive 20, which is
we got time though. After this key finishes for Madge, they can go and fix Noku. I mean,
if they go do Noku 21, I think that just completely eliminates Perplexed, right?
Well, it would be 20, but yeah,
or 20. If they go do Noku 20, sorry, I think that completely eliminates Perplexed.
Yeah, or actually, if they get +1 in any keystone, it would eliminate Perplexed if they can time this Algathar as well. So, whichever one they feel is easiest. But again, that 19 on their board is the lowest, so it's probably true that is the easiest place for them to secure another point, especially after this Algathar gets finished. So, I suspect that is where we'll see Madge head to after this. And yeah, it's all Perplexed Fate is kind of out. It's simultaneously Perplexed needs to win the Algathar they're in, and they need Madge to not win either the Algathar. That would be great. If you're a Perplexed fan, you are hoping for some miraculous disaster for Madge in the top left. And at this point in this fight, I don't think it's even possible. There's no way they could wipe from here. But you could still get bailed out by the next key not working out.
Stratos is definitely preying on their downfall right now. Insane.
It's trying to cast her curse so hard right now. It's terrifying.
There's no mechanic the boss does here that could kill anybody.
Dude, they're redeeming. There's no way they wipe now.
Exactly. Yeah, there it is.
No
Match
way.
putting it
Okay,
on the board.
hold on.
Oh,
Take
alright.
two. Take two.
Got lucky
Take
this
two
time.
from a shine here. Here we go. Can we get it done this time around for Perplexed?
It wasn't even his fault last time. It was somebody else's
It
fault.
wasn't, but I want to at least see the Wernstone be used and get the birds to the pole, right? That's how you know you're on for a pole. Now, there's a couple issues, right? Number one, these mobs evading and moving around like crazy can cause people to die to melees. Number two, if a seedling gets put on where he Wernstones, that could also be an issue too, but no one's standing there. Zevi does die to the eagle melees, but Zevi dying is actually fine. He can release and come back to the group.
Halfway
they can actually
done.
stay alive from the 2-minute
Almost
plus
halfway
plus
done.
combo, so they shouldn't be in an issue here. This is fine.
Well, this pack doesn't do any damage to the group. It's only tank damage, and tanks are really self-sufficient. Right now, like the state of the game, Binge Demon Hunter, especially on this many targets, they're able to heal themselves infinitely, assuming that they're not going to get one shot by this Guardian Sentry.
Yeah, all the little eagles actually make them so much tankier here as well. Because those little eagles just they don't hit at all, but then or they hit for very little because they're such small mobs, and then you've got Sigil of Flame on them, so you're just farming souls out of them.
I'm a little confused as to what the cooldown usage is here, because they're not using Lust, they're not using 2 minutes, they're only using Combust here. Well, you know what? No. They popped them while a shine was away, so
yeah,
our observer didn't actually see them get popped. Okay. That's all that is.
So,
there's no way Shadow Priest is doing 5 million DPS without cooldowns.
Well, the thing is, too, it's like the only mob that actually matters in this pull is this big Guardian Sentry. This is the mob that's limiting you from being able to pull like the next couple of packs. And so, like, the moment that the Guardian Sentry gets pulled, you just rip Lust and you're full single targeting that mob and trying to get it killed off as fast as possible.
Yeah, although these Vile Lashers also have a bunch of health too, and I think
you
they're
just
going to be
the
the last ones to die here.
You pull them down
and
you kill them with the next set of birds.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah, so I guess they're not the limiting part of this pull is the point, yeah?
Because I think the birds also died
I
off
have
to just cleave.
one fairy.
You don't target
those
it'd be like
entirely
one.
got cleaves down.
Yeah.
Guardian Sentry down. There are Spiteful Shades active, which can interact with the snapping, unfortunately. Let's see. Okay, the Shade's actually coming as a good sign. We've got 2 of the Vile Lashers. Where is the third one? Okay, they're good to go. Snap is complete. The birds are waiting for you up in the air there. You can see Divine Field tossed a little glaive at them, and we're off to the races. Perplexed are on a run here. Just have to make sure they have all their CDs set up properly for the bosses. And, even if they do wipe, they have 20 minutes to get another run going. But I think this is probably going to be the run for them. They need to get this one done to get the +1.
So
to be able to time this key, they probably want a 1030 Croth. That's the number that we're looking for.
Yeah.
I'm looking a little bit at the time tiebreakers, and actually Perplexed are not in a bad position here against either Madge or Pedro's, especially Pedro's.
I'm surprised their score is below the other 3.
Time this no good. Perplexed, I think, will have a time tiebreaker on them. Now Pedro's, of course, have most of this no-cood to reset it if they realize they're in trouble, so they kind of would need to fail it twice for Perplexed to have a chance against that, but that could happen. It's a scary dungeon. And then Madge as well. Madge has a bit better time tiebreakers than Pedro's, but Perplexed are actually quite good in a lot of these dungeons. It's about equal across the board, a little bit favored even for Perplexed, but Madge have a pretty fast 21 Algathar Academy, so Perplexed probably need like a 30-minute Algathar is my napkin math of the timer they would need to beat Madge's time tiebreak right now.
Yeah, in Pedro's really, I mean, it's not. I don't want to say they're not doing themselves any favors here, but because they're doing the knockhood, timing it solves it's like a twofold problem solver for them. Number one, it gives them the +1, so they don't have to worry about the time break. But that's also the key where they have the worst time in, right? Their 19 knockhood was, by far the slowest time. I mean, Madge as well has a pretty slow time.
Madge had a really bad one too. Yeah.
So both of these teams not only are trying to get their +1 here, but also they're fixing one of their worst times.
I'm also working on one of my magic decks.
Although none of this is going to matter for tomorrow, right? Because if they get the +1, they're eventually going to have to go into the 21 anyways.
So I'm working on my magic cards while I listen to this, because I'm waiting for Final Fantasy to finish.
Like, how real is that 19 timer? Like, is 20 their cap?
I suspect that the 21 is going to be something that the teams will feel like they should do tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot that they'll feel like they should do tomorrow, and only 5 hours to do it in. So a lot of it's going to come down to just how well the teams can clutch out an attempt or two. And remember as well, tomorrow is more about the battle between 3rd and 4th than it is about the battle between 1st and 2nd too. So you can't be comparing yourself too much to Mandatory, as Mandatory have been looking so strong. Skylark actually is going to cheat death there against that tank slam.
4 minutes
hitting
under.
One of those orbs, but it's all good.
4 minutes
Not to worry.
under, man.
All right. You got to run back to 21 now.
Run the 21
They
back.
can do whatever they want. They can head wherever they want. That's 102 for Mandatory. Actually not going to put them in first, even though they have good time tie breaks, because they have a slightly worse... The first tiebreaker is just
AA,
what are your
right?
key levels, right?
It's the
And Shinra
321s.
have 321s, whereas Mandatory only have 2. So that is leaving Mandatory in second technically right now, but of course they have 2 extra 2 chests that they can convert for 2 more points. So Mandatory certainly still looking strong, but this hasn't been a good hour for them, that's for sure, right? Depleting the 21 and then going to the 20 instead. In many ways, it's kind of like they lost this hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's definitely fair. I mean, going back to the +1 just to guarantee yourself in for tomorrow definitely feels bad, but again, with the way they've been playing, I wouldn't necessarily feel too awful about it, right? I think they're very clearly going to top 2 this tournament, which is, at the end of the day, where you want to be to qualify for the global finals. It's not like there's seeding for a TGP competition, right? Everyone starts the keys at the same times and gets the affixes at the same time, so whether you qualify first, second, or third is just a matter of, a little bit of prize money. So as long as they get through to the global finals, I think that's where you would want to be. Now, the question is for them, what did they do now? I think we all want to see them go back into the 21, but thinking strategy-wise, is there any reason they would potentially not want to go to potentially an Albathar Academy or a Brackenhide? Do you think they might be potentially saving tech for those keys? Even if they do go to those dungeons, are they going to go to 21 or are they going to go to 22?
I think they're going to Alg. That's the dungeon that probably makes the most sense. I mean, I don't believe that they're going to be doing a 22 Alg. Is 22 Alg doable?
I mean, you've got 15 minutes of free resets to try it out. Looks like Albathar is indeed in play.
Yeah, they're in the
key level is the question, though.
I think the Alg is livable. I don't know if it's timeable. Madge has gotten our fastest 21 Alg at 29:37. That means there's a little less than 2.5 minutes left on the key. Usually we want to see about 10 minutes, a little over 10 level higher, and that is not what that timer suggests. That being said, Mandatory has been quite a bit faster in almost every single key this week, and so it looks like the 22 might be in the realm of possibility for them. I don't know if that's a good use of time for them, though, so I don't know. We'll see what they end up doing.
Yeah, I mean, you either put the 22... if you try and put the 22 on the board, you're saying, look... we can put a dominating key on the board that nobody else can do that'll also, like, as a 22, that's going to be very strong for any tie-break situation, so it's kind of worth a bonus point if you look at it that way, as long as... I think there's another 22 that's going to be doable that's probably more doable is the Azure Vault, so we may see other teams competing for that as well. But if you just do the 21, instead what you're doing is you're removing a weakness from your scorecard, right? You're saying, like, look, no matter what happens tomorrow, we have the 21 Algathar on the board. We're not going to be pressured into, like, going there last minute to try and put some points up, right? We can get this on the board. We can get to 103 points, and, we can still tomorrow come back in and go for the 22 if we want to, but no matter what happens, we're not going to be under pressure to, at least put something on the board, right? So, I don't know. I feel like they're safe enough, especially because they already did that decision in Halls of Infusion. I feel like they're safe enough that they should use today's time to try and go big, but I think they're probably, like you said, Zyro, they're probably comfortably in the top of the leaderboard either way. So I'm not sure which one's actually even better. It's hard to disagree with Mandatory's decision making, right? They've been so clean all throughout the day. It does look like they're starting at the 21 level, so perhaps agreeing with you that the timeable question in the 22 is just too uncertain.
Yeah, I mean, that key is just so hard to time. Like, the cross split that you need to be able to time that key is just so tough.
Creatures without flying can't.
Ooh, mode down for Mandatory, so that's probably...
I think that's just always going to happen here, right? Because the druid is the person that the evoker is wordstoning to, so they're going to be the closest to the birds when they come back. The mage can't really afford to, you know, be the gatherer for that section of pull, because they're already committing their Ice Block and the Ring of Frost to when they snap the Lashers up to this pull.
Yeah.
And we've already seen you don't need your healer for this part of the dungeon, right? The VE carries you once the tank has everything together. Self-sustainable on this pull. You know, that's just an accepted death.
I wonder if you're supposed to be like sitting meld.
Go. Oh my
Well, then they would just
goodness.
run to your DPS, which is arguably a worse scenario to be in.
Yeah, nasty spot for sure. It does seem like
He
most
sees
of
that the
time
cards
we
are
seeing
right
that hero
here.
death
He
coming out
knows
for
they're there.
many of our teams here, so that may well just be the price of doing business, right? That's just still faster than doing it any other way, and you can see mode returning for them. Meanwhile, we have Shinra Tensei working on this 20 Halls of Infusion. 0 death run so far for them. This is looking solid. Shinra also going to be at 103 if this run works out. Very nice work. Every run that we are looking at right now, there's not enough time to start another one afterwards as well, because we only have 11 minutes left in our day, so the possibilities are narrowing here. Basically, the only options that the teams are going to have is if they wipe in the next 10 minutes, they can restart these keys, but there's not enough time left to start another key after. Maybe if Pedro's are super fast. Can you get this done in 10 minutes? I don't think so. I don't think you can do a 32-minute no-coup.
Last two bosses are 10 minutes combined.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. Like, they're going to be the team that could be done earliest, but I think it's still going to be a little bit too late.
Shinra Tensei, by the way, that split for Watcher Iridius is not spectacular. I still think they're probably going to time the key because it's a 20, but I don't think that their timer is positioned to where they can actually time a 21. Dude, top left, Perplexed actually having a wipe to the Veximus double Ravager pull, having to completely reset their key again. They may not even put up the 101st point.
Yeah, I mean, all good. It's still okay, right? They haven't lost anything as long as they put this key
where
up,
are we at
there's not enough time for
on
another
the
wipe at that point, right? They can wipe a little bit at the very start of the dungeon again, trying to get another dungeon going, but like you said, if they don't put this on the board, we're not even in tiebreaker land. We are just it's just over for them. So, vitally important dungeon that we are going to be watching from Perplexed when they get it started again. Yep. Yeah, here's a look at some of those no-coup times. You can see 32 minutes was possible barely by Perplexed at that plus 19 key level. Plus 20 key level, I think Pedro's per hour are definitely in their last dungeon of the day.
Yeah, problem is they kind of needed a sub 32, not a 32-30. So yeah, this is going to be it for them. They need to get this +1 to really make themselves safe. I mean, they're in a good spot right now with Perplexed. Perplexed wiping in that Algathar Academy is absolutely brutal for them. They now only have 10 minutes left to get another run going, and that's going to be their last run of the day, like you mentioned. Pedro's per hour, though, looking good in this key. They still should get it timed and get the +1. Something else I want to mention as well that I saw Mandatory do on Hopeful's POV that I'm watching on my other monitor here, just to get a specific mage POV for Mandatory, they are respecting this dungeon like crazy. They are making sure that their snaps go through properly, something that I've mentioned multiple times about how that snap works on the Guardian Sentry. You really want to make sure, just to make sure the snap goes off perfectly, the Spiteful Shades when you're snapping those lashers down to cross this platform. It can work with the Spiteful Shade being alive, but that's just one extra mob that a snap can go poorly on. And if the Spiteful Shade doesn't snap, that means the lashers also aren't going to snap. They're just going to reset. They very meticulously killed the Guardian Sentry and then finished off the Spiteful Shade after the fact as well, just to make sure that it would go well. And, they're making good progress in their key.
I love that Hopeful is also running the Ward of Faceless Ire. Not very many mages have actually been making that gearing decision, but Hopeful, a lot of the times for Mandatory, has actually been making that gearing decision, which, it adds a level of safety to the rest of the group.
I actually asked both Hopeful and Stove about that. Hopeful was like, I took it off once and my priest whined at me. And then I went and asked Stove because I was curious what his position on it was. So I heard that you make Hopeful wear a ward now, and he's like, oh yeah, he never takes that off anymore.
Dude, it's really good for Vex. It's insane for Veximus. I don't know what you want.
They just do it in general in every single key almost at this point, because again, the timers are not really something they're running up against, and you have to think about it. Ward does give intellect as a base, right? You just lose kind of that bonus effect that a lot of the trinkets have. So in lieu of the tertiary sets that you're missing on the tournament realm, having that on-use absorb is extremely useful to some of the one-shot abilities.
Absolutely, as we do have in the bottom left, Perplexed starting up another attempt at this 21 Algathar Academy 6.
5, 4, 1, 2.
Minutes left in the day for them, so they really can only try this snap like 2 times, 3 times, something like that, before they are locked into a dungeon run. Does look like this one has gone pretty well, at least for starters. Somehow they've avoided that healer death that we've been seeing, although Divine has procced that cheat as the tank, but that's okay. That's what it's for. That's what all cheat deaths are for. They're there to get used.
Tactical usages. Of course, you have to remember, fire mages, when they cauterize, usually they're doing it for the movement speed.
That's right. I'd say some globals, you know, DH's proccing Last Resort to get into meta form for a 2% DPS increase, so, you know, that's pretty good too, as well. I'm sure that was the rationale there for Divine, as they have finished off that Guardian Sentry. We'll wait for maybe these Spiteful Shades to die. Nope, we're going to have a couple of them come with us. That's all good. That'll probably still work out as they head towards cross-platform. Absolutely is working out. Everything's coming with. All good. Meanwhile, Mandatory in the same area of the same dungeon. Also in that plus 21 Keystone level. These are the only 2 teams to not have a 21 Algathar on their board, so both teams deciding that that is the next easiest place for them to collect some points. Mandatory, of course, under a lot less pressure than Perplexed. Mandatory can't go home today. Perplexed, even if they time their 21 Algathar, their fate is not in their own hands. But if they deplete that key, it is just over for them. They will be going home. They are at 100 points, and everybody else has more. So, Perplexed path to survival today is winning their key, and either Madge or Pedro's losing their no-coods that we're looking at up on the top of our screen. So, that is what we are on the lookout for. Pedro's nearing the end of that dungeon. But we are approaching the end of the day, so we are approaching the point where new keys can't be started, and that is when these sort of go from practice mode to last chance, one opportunity keystones.
Yeah. So you were talking about eliminations a little bit. I also want to point out Shinra Tensei, bottom right. Their timer for the Gulping Goliath is about 30 seconds under where it needs to be for like a down to the wire finish. So they're probably going to be like a minute under if I had to estimate, which is not great whenever you realize that 21 of Halls of Infusion is timeable, but it's good in the sense of they're likely to time this key if they don't make any mistakes.
Yeah, you know, you put the 20 on the board, and again, the 21 might be a tomorrow problem. Honestly, you might never be a problem you have to deal with. Like, you might be able to just leave this thing on 20 and get through the day, because it's not an issue of like, oh, do you need the 21 to beat Mandatory to come first? It's going to be a question of like, do you need it to avoid coming in 4th tomorrow? And we can see from these Halls of Infusion timers that, you know, Mandatory opted for going into that 20 instead of the 21 that they had access to. I think that's a pretty telling sign that the 21 is... it's a stretch goal keystone, right? It's something that you may not need to do. You may have better uses of your time tomorrow. Mandatory certainly think that they at least wanted to keep that option open, right? Instead of attempting that 21 again. So, yeah, I mean, looking really solid for Shinra. They're going to advance to 103 points if they complete this key. That is a really comfy position for them to be in, especially given that they came into the day kind of in that tie with all the other teams at the bottom of the leaderboard instead of the top.
All right, Dretnus, somebody asked for some caster math on what timer Perplex needs to beat Pedro on time if Pedro fails this key.
All right, let me add some of this up. I'll get back to you.
But they specifically requested caster math too, so it could be plus or minus a minute maybe.
I'll keep working on it.
All right, yeah.
Well, Perplex has to finish the key first.
My best man on it.
That's right.
What?
Yeah, Perplex doesn't finish the key.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now I understand what you're saying. Now, if they don't do the not good, okay. You know, a little bit of a head in the clouds moment there for me. My bad.
But Pedro also has to wipe to the last boss, which is
Pedro's not wiping to the last boss. They have the time to play safe for big IO. They can just do the 2 mini bosses on their own. They don't have.
Well, they don't do the mini bosses. Like they do that. They do the trash pack into the boss, which has its own layer of difficulty because you know, the boss can actually frontal you if you're on this pillar and the boss is too close.
No, there's no way they're doing that, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Crim's going right now.
Okay.
I'm confused by this.
All right, I've run the numbers. It is my belief that if Pedro's per hour deplete, Perplexed can beat them on a time tiebreaker no matter what if they time this 21. They have enough extra time gained mostly in the Nokud 19 where they are set on that time tiebreaker against Pedro's, and they're actually pretty close on Madge as well. Like on Madge, as long as they get, say, a 30-minute Algathar, 30-30 or something, that one I didn't actually do the math on, but that's what it looks like to me, then they should also be okay there. Maybe a 30-minute is what they need to actually have the tiebreaker over Madge, so... I mean, the problem is that that's relying on Madge or Pedro's depleting their Nokud 20s, and those keys, you know, both teams are looking pretty solid in them. Pedro's up in the top right. Very little dungeon left for them to wipe in, although we are now cresting that timer where these keys are becoming final very, very soon. So now we are entering the point of no return for restarting a dungeon.
Pedro's, like Zyro was hoping for, actually taking this into piece slow. We saw them ripping this trash back into the boss yesterday whenever their timer was a bit more difficult, but, you know, they have... This fight's probably 5.5 minutes or something like that, so so playing it a bit slower makes sense.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, though, right? Because they had exactly 32 count left for the key, and 32 count is the 2 mini-bosses. Are the 2 mini-bosses really harder to do than this trash pack?
Well, the pack and the 2 mini-bosses are the exact same count.
Yeah.
Count, right? But it's a question of, like, time efficiency, right?
I think that pack, especially whenever you're playing it into the boss, is more damages for Balakar Khan because you're getting better funnel.
Sure.
I think it's probably that
Did I have one that
if you're playing them solo, maybe they're better, but whenever you're playing them into the boss, I think that 5-pack is slightly more efficient.
I wanted to jump in and say that these runs that we are beholding right now are all the team's final runs for the day. The 5 hours is over. No more additional runs after this. So they got to make what they can out of what they're doing right now.
Yeah, I think at this point, we don't really need to focus on Mandatory and Shinra Tensei too much. These teams are kind of just... They're playing to put a gap in between themselves and the other 3 teams right now. The real thing to focus on right now is Perplexed, Madge, and, of course, Pedro's, right? Those 3 teams are on the chopping block. Pedro's, if they're able to time their key, they're in. If Madge is able to time their key, they're in. If either of those 2 teams fails their key and Perplexed puts, like Dratnos mentioned, a reasonable time on the board, Perplexed will then leapfrog and get in that slot. So lots to play for at the final moments here.
The tournament's kind of out of Perplexed hands. And that is very scary.
Yeah. Well, it's both. Perplexed needs to do well, and even then, it's out of their hands, right? Yeah. So the numbers are any timed key for Perplexed would beat a Pedro's deplete, but they would need it to be 30 minutes and 22 seconds to beat Madge if Madge deplete. And again, in both of those cases, those teams can slam the door on Perplexed with a timed keystone, as we're seeing in the bottom left. Pedro's about to enter the Balakar Khan intermission here, so this is their chance. They have a lot of time on the board. They just have to avoid wiping. It is a dangerous fight, but honestly, compared to some of the pulls they do in this dungeon, it's a fortified keystone. You have no other affixes really going here. You even have Incorporeal that can be harnessed to your own advantage. I think Pedro's per hour they're in really good shape here. This is
would be
it's a scary fight, but if they keep playing like they've been playing, they're going to be able to save themselves today and get to that 102-point threshold.
This intermission is actually fine.
Again, no, if
This
it's
is the last
hard,
time
it
they
has
can
wards,
die,
I can
really,
do it.
Because once you get through this intermission, they have plenty of melds, invises. They also have wards just in case they somehow mess up the static spear baits, like you were talking about, Tettles. This static spear, yesterday you were talking about this, rather, I'd like to say, is it's baitable, right? It goes on the 2 closest people to the boss, other than the tank, and that haven't gotten it on the previous spear, so you can reliably bait it. Of course, it's going to go on Crims here. He does have, I think, just Shadow Melt for it. Yeah, there you go. Cancels the static spear, good to go. If he gets it again, which they can bait it on him reliably, he can disperse it. They still have Ice Cold, I'm assuming, from Fired Up. His Shadow Meld will be coming off cooldown too. He can Greater Invis one. They've got Drogo's Shadow Meld. So the things that they're looking at here, just to make sure they don't die, of course, the tank damage on Balakar Khan is always scary. That's something they need to focus on. The Crackling Upheavals can be scary if you start baiting those puddles incorrectly. There can be some issues there too. But so far so good for them. Second static spear is going to be coming out relatively shortly. It's on Drogo. He can just Shadow Meld it. So, yeah, doing pretty good so far.
So eating the static spear is actually very dangerous because the static spear initial hit requires, honestly, like double, like either a personal and external or double personal And then this ground effect, like that you were saying, that Crackling Storm also requires a personal. So it's something that you're going to be pressing 3 personals within a 20-second period, and that's why it becomes really dangerous, and that's why it's super valuable to meld it every single time. And like if it goes on the Evoker, they're probably going to be proccing Defy Fate or they're going to die. There's not really much else that they can actually do about it.
It's cool though. We got 4 B-reses. Even if we lose an Evoker or something, that's fine as long as we avoid some kind of full wipe catastrophe here.
Oh, this is bad. Yeah.
He's gonna disperse. It's gonna run into the wall. They have to run to the right here.
He gets rescued here probably. Oh, he has.
Yeah, they're a little low for the Crackling. He has plenty to live this Crackling upheaval. Yeah. They'll get one final static spear maybe at the last couple percentages of the boss, but they can reliably bait it onto Fired Up if they want to here. Yeah, they're going to be totally fine. This is Pedro's playing to win, get into the final day at the last minute. They're securing their spot on day 3.
Yeah, this is it indeed. Look at the team. The team icon on that full screen.
Oh yeah, dude.
Had the animated Pedro.
Yeah, the Pedro in
they animated it?
Yeah, they animated it in Stormwind. Pull it back
Beautiful.
up.
There it is. Yeah, look.
Let's go.
Up above the scoreboard. There it is, though. That is 102 points for Pedros per hour. They
Look at that
are
raccoon
through to Sunday. There they go. Impressive work. Meanwhile, Perplexed, while all that was happening, they successfully executed that double Ravager pull that has been extremely lethal before. They are now in the Veximus room. They're working on, we call it the Vengeance DH special here. And looks like they're doing great work in this area. So Perplexed are absolutely doing what they need to do to give themselves a chance here. The math now is that either Perplexed or Madge are going home. If Madge time this no-coup...
So Perplexed is getting their butts kicked.
If not, then Perplexed can send Madge home instead with a 30-22 or faster in this Algathar Academy, which has been done. That timer has been beaten by multiple teams, by both Shinra and Pedros in the 21, and Madge as well, actually, in the 21 Algathar. So it is within the realm of possibility, but it's going to require a run that is great, not just good enough.
Sighs, deep breaths before we get into the final sections of the final dungeons of the day here. Perplexed, when it's out of your hands, it's rough to play, but you still have to play your hardest here. Madge, it looks like their timers, if I'm not mistaken here, Tettles, are a little bit faster than what we saw from Pedro, so they should still be good on time. Just have to make sure they don't have any catastrophic sanguine healing in these polls here.
Yeah, I think that this dungeon has kind of been dictated by Sanguine in that first area, where
Don't I have a soul?
I think if this was a non-Sanguine dungeon, you would see this dungeon being done on 22. But because it's a Sanguine dungeon, it's unlikely to be done on a 22, and now Madge is actually attempting it even on a 20. And so yeah, I think that with the amount of practice that they've been putting in, it just comes really naturally for them. It's just all about making sure that you have good Sanguine management in that first area. Like an 18-18 Raging Tempest split is more than enough. I think that, like, in general, like, you can still time the key if you have a 20-30 Raging Tempest split. It's not, like, comfortable, but that's the time that you're kind of looking for that second boss, and they're well under that.
Same time, Shinra Tensei. I mean, what haven't we said about Shinra Tensei today? I mean, like, these guys, they kind of started off yesterday on the first day, not playing very well. We're amongst the teams that were definitely looking a little scared at the end of day 1 yesterday. Might not have made it to day 2, but today they played lights out. They've timed almost every single key they've started. It looks like they're going to be tied with Mandatory, maybe even slightly ahead based off tiebreaker, going into day 3 here with 5 minutes left on the final boss in this key on the 20. Barring catastrophe, barring a tank death into the AoE like we saw from the 21 halls on Mandatory,
please.
They're going to go to that 103 spot and be ultra safe, and
that's
looking
going to lock them in first place right out of the day.
Yeah.
Oh no, actually, it can get thrown to time tiebreakers because Mandatory are working on a 21 right now. So
Mandatory is minutes, dude, like 5 or 6 minutes faster than Shinra.
Mandatory
for time
have been
tiebreaker.
Incredibly fast, yeah. So this is still though, tying the points with them at the top of the board, a very, very good place to be as we see them entering the second main phase of the boss here. One of the great changes that was made to this fight as compared to Season 2 is that it only does one intermission now. It'll do that one intermission at 60%, and then you're just in this main phase until it dies or you die. We've seen both of those outcomes today. Shinra Tensei look at the way they're moving around the room as well. They're sort of always lining up before these globules spawn, allowing them to bait them all, and meaning that once they move out of that, then there's sort of a safe area for both their tank and their raids to hang out. Everybody's also trying to be pretty careful to avoid being in melee with the boss right after Nerf gets blasted by that tank thing and sent away from the boss for a sec. That's something you gotta be... there have been incidents, there have been people getting meleeed by those, although the Vengeance Hunter able to get back in nice and quick.
You'd rather be in melee with the boss than the boss not have anybody in melee, right?
It depends, yeah. I mean, it's sometimes it'll, you know, wait a couple seconds before wiping you, but it'll turn and punch somebody instantly, so...
That's true.
It depends on, you know, it depends on how the boss is feeling on any given day. Right now, I suspect the boss is not feeling particularly great because only 13% health left. Still 3 minutes on the clock for Shinra as well. They are making incredible work.
Zero deaths.
Honestly, a 0 death run, not far off of being 22 or 21, yeah, 21 range for them, right? Like, if they had a run like this on a 21, it would maybe be a little slow, but it would be very close. So this is maybe one of those keystones that they'll be thinking about as an option for tomorrow, because look at the rest of their board. They've done every key that's like that's doable, right? Like that's like easily doable. All their keys are now in that super hard mode range, and this is a dominating performance in the Halls of Infusion as well. Really, really impressive run. That is going to put them, you know, a little bit slower than mandatory, a tiny bit slower than Madge as well, but not by much. Definitely a great place to be for Shinra Tensei, and particularly the impressive thing about Shinra Tensei isn't so much any one dungeon, it's the consistency that they've shown across every single dungeon today. So again, huge credit to them. That's them done for the day, locking in either first or second at the end of the day, depending on whether mandatory are able to clutch this 21 Algathar in the bottom right. But in the meantime, we return to the question of which of Perplexed and Madge are going home today. It's all in Madge's hands right now. As long as Madge can time this key, they will secure their spot here. And they're nearly done with the dungeon, right? Just got to finish Tira and Maruk, get the count they need from the end of the dungeon, and then beat Balakar Khan without incident. They have more than enough time on the clock. Although, you don't want to get complacent either, because you might need this timer tomorrow to be the difference between third and fourth, so...
Notably, they have more count that they have to deal with here than the other teams, right? They have 42 count rather than the 32 count. I think they're one of the teams that does the double mini boss into double thunder fist pulls, which is definitely a little more dangerous. They do have the time to do that pull and then also do the boss afterwards, so they can play safe for Big IO and guarantee their spot for tomorrow. See if that works out for them. Perplexed is doing what they need to do to get this key timed in the top left. Their boss splits are
Still
only
saying
being
halfway
by
done.
mandatory on the bottom right there, who actually. They are kind of egoing this dungeon right now. Their boss splits are so fast that they actually opted to just not use their second set of 2 minutes on Overgrown Ancient, just to save them to pull into the massive pull right afterwards. So they're going at a pace that is just unreal, kind of like they've been doing the entire weekend.
Yeah, this is definitely a run from mandatory that shows the 22 is feasible on timer, right? Like, that is what this run says to me, especially because that 22 would have an extra Bloodlust in it too, so even going to cost a little bit less time than you'd expect to go up a key level.
Perplex cooked their froth split compared to, like, you know, mandatory Shinra Tensei and all the other teams.
Yeah, it was a 0 death start to the dungeon, right, rather than that typical 1 death that we usually
so I need to
see.
play this right. So I got...
Incredible work from Perplex. I mean, Perplex, they are putting up a fight here, but unfortunately, they may not, that fight may not matter. Madge are in a position here to make whatever Perplexed are up to irrelevant. If Madge can just hold on and finish this Noku defensive, that's going to be 102 points for them. That is impossible for Perplexed to match at this point. So you can see Lemike going and grabbing those 2 casters, hitting them with a Silent Sigil, getting started on this pull. And they're just going to get working on this. Doesn't look like Balakar Khan is coming in right away here. They're just going to be dealing with this trash, getting it killed. 10 minutes on the clock, plenty of time. Just play safe. Big IO. Spawn a little bit of Sanguine, make sure we don't Sanguine heal a boss, right? And avoid any catastrophes.
Man, this is one of those play safe Big IO moments, man. It's not super exciting to see, but this is what you gotta do when you those ever so important drops of IO.
That's a great decision. Like the way that you deplete here is you try pulling it into the boss, right? Like you look at your timer, you're like, we've got 10 minutes left. Let's not do anything that we'll regret later here, because we feel pretty safe right now. We know if we time this key, we're safe. But if we don't, we're going home probably. Perplexed are not looking like they are going to deplete that keystone. Meanwhile, Mandatory putting on just again like they are asserting themselves as the tournament favorites here in this weekend at least, and defending MDI champions now. They dethroned Echo in the last MDI. With a performance like this, they look like they're ready to show the world that wasn't a one-time thing, that they are here to be the new best team, or to fight for it at least every single tournament.
It's insane that over the course of this entire weekend they have basically made two mistakes. One of them was wiping in a 21 halls of infusion, and the other one was not appropriately calculating their break timer. Those are the only two mistakes that they made the entire weekend, and they are absolutely destroying the competition because of it. They look excellent.
Not like that.
Yeah, Mandatory just look unstoppable there. Perplexed in the top left, also looking really, really strong too, though. That's going to be a very fast Overgrown Ancient split there. 22-24 for them.
That's fast.
Yeah, that's basically the same pace that Mandatory are at in this dungeon.
They didn't lust either.
They used their 2 minutes, though. Mandatory did not. So Perplex is not going to have those 2 minutes up for the next, 40 seconds or so at the start of this pull. So this pull is going to take significantly longer, and also those twos are going to come up later on the boss when they decide to pull trash into it. Right? They do lust it, but that's...
Yeah, but do you press lust now, or you got to wait a little bit so that it'll be active when your 2 minutes are rolling, right?
Oh.
It's a little bit icky.
Yo, Mary's Lurin, thank you so much for that follow. Mary's Lurin. Yeah, thank you so much for that follow. I greatly appreciate it. I'm looking at magic cards because I'm trying to build a deck while I'm waiting for a thing to download. So thank you so much for that follow. How's your Saturday going so far?
Late here and not getting full usage of the Void Form is actually relatively annoying. This is actually going to cost them a lot of time. Now, of course, they still have plenty of time left to finish the key, but just tiny little, I don't know, things that really make the key go that little faster. That little much faster, that's what's going to cause Mandatory to actually be able to potentially even do this
29 minutes. Wow,
3 minutes
faster.
And change left. I mean, they could definitely do a 22 if they want to go back to it.
8 minutes of tiebreaker over Shinra Tensei. 8. Yeah. That is an insane number.
They're kind of fast.
Oh, swag down for Perplexed there. That's going to be a battle res. And remember that Perplexed here, their win condition is, it's not just timing this key. It's not just Madge depleting their no-cood. It's timing this key in 30 minutes and 22 seconds or faster. So, the timer looks pretty safe for them, but they actually are not, they don't have that much wiggle room when you compare the timer to 30-22 instead of to 32 minutes. Ooh.
Yeah, they didn't last.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll use it for boss. That'll save time, right? Like,
it's just gonna be on the
middle
boss.
of this pull.
Yeah.
I like it. I think at that point, that makes sense, because you think about how much time Bloodlust saves. In big AoE, it's definitely nice, but it also saves a ton of time on single target, too, right? Like, it'll make your DPS number go up by less. But in terms of how much time it shaves off the dungeon, if you're not...
It still amazes... I mean, Perplex is getting their butts kicked.
People don't recognize this too often, but Lust is
I am surprised.
Time saved in the key as opposed to pressing it on AoE.
Given, like, the last couple that I've watched, like, they've been doing pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big value.
Available. Yeah, it looks like they're going to be fine here. They got through the intermission. They have the Bloodlust coming up in 1 minute and 30. They're going to be juggling those Shadow Melds like we were talking about earlier. But for Perplexed Disaster, as they get into the boss room, they do have the 2 battle reses available. Maybe they can lust to top themselves off here, but this is going to cost them the time. And like you mentioned, they need that very quick time here to even have a chance to capitalize on a potential mistake from Madge. Can it even be done?
Still time. It's okay. They can still get this done in the next 5 minutes, right? So I guess 4.5 minutes. They do have Lust rolling here, but yeah, I mean, it's not great. Look, I'm gonna level with you guys. That wasn't great. They would have preferred for that to not happen, but they aren't dead just yet. I mean,
can we split between them and Madge? We have to see Madge as well.
Madge are able to kill Perplexed here regardless of what happens for Perplexed in this pull. Madge entering the final stages of Valakar Khan. 3 battle reses available.
Because they're only at 100. And right now they're in Azure. No, they're in the Academy right now.
Potential upheaval incident there. And they don't even have mini bosses they could
So-
accidentally to wipe them here, right? They've already killed those.
It's over. It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
It's
all right.
It's a catastrophe
Listen,
here for Perplex.
it just goes.
Are they trying to like maybe beat their
But when you're
their
one-on-one
total?
against the OG Dr. J, just doesn't measure up.
Would you describe them as dead?
Indeed, it's not looking great for old Perplexed. You'd have to be feeling pretty foolish right now if you had them on your predictions. Couldn't be us, Tuttles, of course.
Yeah,
I got
exactly.
a prescription
Dude, I
for.
feel so good right now. Hold on. I wish I.
What if we do?
I actually wish I should retain say a vibe, but it's okay. I'm but a foolish fool.
Need more battle res.
So there it is. Madge execute Valak Archon. That's 102 points for them, putting them into third actually. 3 minutes and 41 seconds faster than Pedro's across those breakers, and that does eliminate Perplexed. Even if they are able to complete this keystone, they're not going to have the score here. Unfortunate turn of events for such a great team after some really impressive runs, but honestly, like, you could kind of tell coming into today that they just had these weaknesses in their scorecard that cost them so much time to fix.
Yeah. The weaknesses in their scorecard were concerning. I think that everybody's day yesterday was fairly close, but then Perplex just didn't have that 2 chest on that 19 Azure Vault, and I actually think that cost them a lot. Yeah. Having to spend so much time going from 19 to 20 Azure Vault and then 20 to 21 Azure Vault, that felt like that was not something that they could actually make up for in time-wise. I will say, though, going into tomorrow, I think this is going to be super hype. We're going to have so much time for pushing up the highest level keys of the season. I think that there's a lot of potential cool stuff on the table. 22 no-could, I think, is possible. 21 Halls of Infusion, I think, is also on the table for some of these teams. 21 Brackenhide Hollow seems fairly reasonable. I think that we are in for an exceptionally cool day tomorrow.
Yeah, don't forget the new dungeon being revealed as well. So that one obviously will need to be pushed up a bit, but still.
That's neither here nor there.
You know, that's between Oldemon, Neltharis, and what's the
I'm
third
just saying
one?
there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so that's one cool dungeon, and then Oldemon and Neltharis.
Hey, I like Oldemon.
Oh, I'm
maybe
sure you.
You know,
sorry.
OG Lost Vikings gamers can relate.
Ooh, I love that fight. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one is a delight. This fight's also actually a delight. The voice lines on this encounter echo Dorgosa. You go to the corner.
Where are we
okay,
at on?
Dungeons with cool voice lines are my favorite. Okay.
Break yourselves upon my body.
What are these birds doing here? That's a good one.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not necessarily something that Perplexed are thinking about right now. They're focusing on trying to get this boss killed. Actually, you know what? I think they're still going to kill it fast enough than that line we set as well. It's going to be close at that 30-22 mark. I think they
Those
even
are
with the player dead
possibilities.
for the last half of this fight, they still
I
would
also-
have maybe been able to get this done in time. We're going to be able to see here. Either way, it ends up not mattering because Madge finished that no-coup, but Perplexed have put on an incredible display, and the resilience they've shown as well, keeping these attempts going, staying as close as they were. It's been impressive to watch. I'm sad to see them go. I mean, this is one of those teams that just is so strong, season in, season out. For the past 4 or 5 years, we've seen them in MDIs, in PvPs, doing well. But alas, this is their last dungeon of Dragonflight. We'll see them in War Within, I'm sure.
Yeah, you can't win them all, but a team like Perplexed, is obviously going to be back in the future. It's shocking to see them go out in day 2 here in Group A, but still, ending it with a finished dungeon at the very end. They get to close out the broadcast, so I guess there's that. But here we have our 4 teams moving through to the final day of Group A, mandatory. Shinra Tensei, Madge, and Pedro's per hour. And 3 of those 4 teams will make it through to the global finals. Pedro's per hour. We said they needed to step up today, and I think they did, didn't they?
It was looking bleak. It was looking bleak for a little bit.
They made it, though.
Yeah. At the very beginning of the day, they were just really slow to start. They've been really slow to start both day 1 and day 2, and I think that's kind of kept them a little bit behind. But then their second half of both of those days has been good enough for them to be able to squeak by elimination. I think that they need to have a really solid day 3 in order to be able to make that top 3 cutoff.
I mean, being that raccoons are nocturnal creatures, they just get more powerful as the day goes on, is what I'm seeing. That's how I read
That's right,
this
they're
anyway.
ramping.
Yeah, exactly. Ramping up.
Can somebody please leave a trash can outside their doors?
That's right. Filled with delicious sustenance to power them through another day of the Mythic Dungeon International. Yep. There he is.
He's in Stormwind. Oh
Yep,
my gosh!
wow.
Somebody go find
Check it
him.
out. Isn't there an item where you can like throw trash at people or something like that from some event somewhere along the years? We need to use that quick. There was definitely a banana peel throwing thing at one point, wasn't there?
I know there's the big
banana on
rare
the
planes
ground
you can like fill
hunt it.
people's inventories up with.
Oh yeah,
That's good.
Go
Love
go
doing
gather
that.
up a bag full of Happy Fun Rocks and throw it over to them too. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Well, there you go. 6 strats on filling random people's bags with things they don't need. There you go. But you know what our teams need is to get a good rest because tomorrow is the final day of Group A. That's right. 3 of the 4 teams are going through, and as we close out day number 2, as we surprisingly say goodbye to Perplexed, final thoughts. What stood out? It's ironic here in day number 2.
I mean, really echoing more of what we said yesterday, right? The competition is extremely close. Shinra Tensei, a team that looked like they were potentially going to be on the chopping block today, had a great day today and pushed themselves into the top 2. Looking great for tomorrow as well. I mean, it just goes to show you, 5 hours of good play can really set you ahead in this competition. And even though Madge and Pedro's might look like they're in a sad spot for tomorrow, if they can do what Shinra Tensei did today, they could find themselves in a top 2 spot tomorrow.
Totally. Tettles?
I just think that Mandatory is blowing every team out of the water. That's the biggest thing that I want to talk about. That they look insane. So not only do they have the same, like they'll have the same scores all these other teams, but then they'll have 6 minutes worth of tiebreaker and have 2 chests that teams have only been able to 1 chest, and it's like this team looks very scary for global finals contention. That is an incredibly scary team.
So we're seeing the beginning of a new dynasty, right? Right. Echo's got a sweat, right? Mandatory's coming in. Preparing for 5 years of dominance at this point.
They've won one time. Let's let them win a couple more times before we call it a dynasty. They are looking strong, though.
I don't think I'm getting ahead of
I'm
myself.
right here.
I don't know. 8 minutes ahead of second place, Dratnos. You can't deny it. The power.
I can't.
Of
I
Mandatory. That's right.
I'll instead talk about something else, which is that tomorrow is going to have a completely different texture than we've had these first 2 days, right? Tomorrow is going to be only hard keys are left, right? We've only got 21s, 22s. We've only got keys that nobody's done on live servers pretty much left, and our one new dungeon, which, you know, that's going to be revealed. That's probably going to be one of the first orders of business, is getting that pushed up to a level that you're comfortable with, that you're happy with. But, you know, that's going to take an hour, 90 minutes, something like that. And then there's going to be 3-4 hours of just teams identifying which of these keystones they think they can squeeze an extra level out of. And we've already seen from Mandatory that, you know, they had access to dungeons that they chose not to try on the levels that they even had access to, right? There's a 22 Algathar they could have tried. They just put the 21 on the board. There was the 21 halls they depleted, and they just put the 20 on the board. So, I mean, these key levels, they go from too chestable to almost impossible in like 1 or 2 key levels. That is how insane the ramp is in difficulty at this point, at these kind of nosebleed key levels. So that is what tomorrow is going to be almost all about.
Maris was on stream after time trials kind of talking about just the ramp and keystone level, and he was saying that like pretty much every dungeon is doable on 21 almost regardless of the affixes, but then once you bump it up to 22, those keys go from being doable to like nearly impossible, and it's just like that one key level, you know, you get a little bit harder scaling. It's also a situation where your defensive management has to be perfect, and everybody's wearing these wards of Faceless Ire even on their mage, and it's like you have to be able to live all the dangerous one-shots as well inside of those dungeons.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help but think a lot of it's going to come down to tiebreakers tomorrow. Like, a lot of teams are just going to hit that wall, and then it's going to be how efficient can you be pushing some of the highest keys that have ever been pushed, you know?
I don't know if we've ever seen a team actually, like, redo a key for time. Like, it happens sometimes.
But I've seen it once or twice.
It's just really rare. And I think that there's a chance that we see it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to see it anytime, I think this is going to be one of the weekends it's most likely. But we'll find out, as we'll be back tomorrow with the final day for Group A here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Great push, here in Dragonflight Season 4. Thanks again for watching, everybody. Thanks again to our players for putting on amazing, amazing runs. Props to Perplex for making this far. We'll miss you. See ya in War Within. Thanks to the fans out there for watching, and thanks to our production staff for making everything run, for putting raccoons in Stormwind, for making Tuttles and the cowboy hat spin around on the screen, and kind of the old school Batman transition. That's always fun. So for more of that, and great dungeon pushing besides, rejoin us again tomorrow. Until then, enjoy yourselves, play some WoW, and we'll see you soon.
Quoi qu'il arrive, parce que c'est 3 et 3. Donc une clé tyrannique quoi qu'il arrive. Neltarus tyrannique. En vrai ça va. Ruby Life ça va. Et Uldaman ça va pas du tout. En fait si c'est Uldaman demain c'est Doomed. Vraiment pas que c'est Uldaman. Après ça sera dur pour toutes les équipes mais... Mais Uldaman c'est destruction. C'est une destruction totale. L'arrête de Warcraft? No way. Incroyable.
Alright, y'all. Gonna go watch a movie with the missus. And we're finally getting to watch John Wick 4. So I'm very super excited for that. And I'm gonna try and hurry up to get Final Fantasy 14 to install. So I'll catch y'all later. Hopefully later on tonight maybe. We'll see how the rest of the day goes. Thanks for watching.